The city penthouse looked perfect to anyone who saw it from the outside. Glass walls, clean lines, soft lights at night. Inside, it felt different. People walked fast, phones rang all the time, and the air was tight with worry. The billionaire had married a new wife only 6 months ago. They had a country home too, quiet and green, but even that place had become busy. Visitors came every week. Deliveries arrived every hour. It looked like a dream. It felt like a storm. The new wife was still learning this life. She smiled for photos and waved at cameras, but her heart beat fast when the doorbell rang. She liked clean rooms, clear plans, and everything on time. But plans kept changing. Some days, the dinner guest list doubled by noon. Other days, an event moved from Friday to Wednesday without warning. Staff tried to keep up. They ran from room to room, carrying trays and garment bags, trying not to drop anything. It was too much. Many housekeepers came and left. One stayed for 3 days. Another stayed for a week. One woman left after lunch on her first day whispering, "I'm sorry, I can't do this," while tying her scarf. Each time, the personal assistant wrote a new job post. Live-in housekeeper, must be organized, high standards. People applied because the pay was good. They left because the rules were unclear. They did not fail because they were weak. They failed because no one knew what the rules were. The new wife did not want to be hard. She cared about people, but when she felt scared or rushed, her voice got sharp. She would say, "No, no, not that one." Then later say, "I'm sorry, I was stressed." Her days were full of fittings, interviews, and calls. She slept late, woke early, and drank coffee like medicine. She loved her husband and wanted to help him. She wanted the home to be a safe place. It was not safe yet. It was loud with confusion. Nia saw the job post online. She read it twice. She had 10 years of experience in private homes. She had managed 2 apartments at once for a busy doctor. She knew how to run a kitchen schedule, how to build a room checklist, and how to speak calmly when others could not. She did not like drama. She liked clear plans and respectful words. She also liked to help. Work mattered to her. Good work could bring peace into a place. She believed that. During the interview, the personal assistant, Mr. Lang, spoke fast and used his phone while talking. He said the home needed someone strong, kind, very organized. He said the new wife had a lot on her plate and a lot of eyes on her. He said, "We've had some turnover." Nia nodded. She did not judge. She asked simple questions. "How many rooms? How many staff today? What time do mornings start?" She took notes in a small notebook with a black cover. She wrote slowly and clearly. The head of security, Ms. Avery, watched Nia from the doorway. After the interview, she walked with Nia to the elevator. Her voice was steady. "This house is honest," she said. "Good people. But the pace is punishing and the requests change. People break under confusion, not pressure." Nia listened. "I understand," she said. Ms. Avery gave a small smile. "Then do one thing if you join," she said. "Make things clear. If you make things clear, you will keep people safe." The new wife met Nia in a sunlit study. She wore a soft sweater and no shoes. Her hair was neat, but she had the look of someone who forgot breakfast. She asked about Nia's work style. Nia said, "I like lists. I like to confirm. I like to keep a record so there is no guesswork." The new wife looked tired but hopeful. "I need calm," she said in a low voice. "I cannot keep losing staff." Nia's answer was simple. "Calm comes from clear steps," she said. "If we agree on steps, calm follows." They offered Nia a trial month. The pay was good. The hours were long. She would work some nights, some weekends, and travel to the country house when needed. She could start Monday. Nia said yes. She thanked them, shook hands, and went home on the train with her small notebook in her bag. The city lights slid by, outside the window. She watched her reflection in the glass and thought about first steps. Not big changes, small ones. A few simple tools could make a big difference. On Sunday night, Nia laid out her uniform, simple and comfortable, and checked her shoes. She ironed 2 shirts and packed a spare. She charged her phone and set 2 alarms. She called her aunt to say she would be busy and might not pick up during the day. She cooked her lunch for Monday and put a bottle of water in her bag. She felt calm. She did not expect a smooth day. She expected a real day. Real days have surprises. Calm people still do well on real days. Monday morning began with a list in her head. Names to learn, rooms to see, a map to draw. She arrived early, greeted the lobby staff, and took the private elevator to the penthouse. The door opened to a quiet hall that smelled like lemon and fresh flowers. The night staff left a log on the side table. Nia read it. 2 deliveries arrived late. A button came off a jacket. The guest room had a light that flickered. She underlined the tasks with a pencil, then met Mr. Lang in the kitchen. Mr. Lang moved like a man late for a train. He showed her the pantry, the service entrance, and the laundry room. He spoke about dinner that night, an afternoon fitting, and a call with a designer at 2 p.m. He also said the country house needed a visit Wednesday to approve the new table setup. He kept talking while reading messages on his phone. Nia let him finish. Then she said, "Thank you. I will write these down. I will confirm after I check the rooms." He stopped and stared. Then he nodded. The new wife came in with a tablet and 2 stylists behind her. She said hello to Nia with warm eyes and a fast voice. "We need a pale pink table setting for Thursday or maybe soft blue, I'm not sure. Can we try both? And the garden chairs must be cleaned, not the metal ones, the wooden ones, but maybe cushions for comfort. And I want roses, but maybe peonies. What do you think?" It sounded like many balls thrown in the air at once. Nia caught them one by one. "I will mock up 2 table settings by noon," Nia said. "Pink and blue. We can choose at decision hour." The new wife blinked. Decision hour? Nia's smile was small but steady. "A 15-minute daily check-in to lock the plan," she said. "It can be at 12:30 today. I will bring 3 choices and you will pick one. After that, we do not change the plan unless there is an emergency." The stylists exchanged a look. The new wife almost laughed in relief. "Yes, let's try it." Before noon, Nia walked the rooms. She did not judge. She observed. She saw drawers half-organized and labels that did not match the contents. She saw 2 calendars on 2 walls with different dates circled. She saw a stack of vendor cards in a dish. She saw good effort and no system. She wrote room notes. Living room, dust-high shelves every Friday, kitchen, backstock list by Monday, closet, seasonal rotation on the 1st of each month. The notes were simple. They were a start. She met the housekeeping team, Anna, from the laundry, Rosa for the bedrooms, and June, who helped part-time. They were kind, quick, and a little tired of being blamed for chaos they did not cause. Nia listened to them. She asked, "What is hardest?" Anna said, "Things change. Mid-task." Rosa said, "We do things twice because the plan moves." June said, "We want to do it right the first time." Nia nodded. "We will fix this with lists and clear choices," she said. "I will write what we agree, then we follow it." At 12:30, they gathered in the small office. Nia set a timer for 15 minutes. She placed 2 table mock-ups on the screen, pale pink and soft blue. She also showed a third option in neutral colors, just in case. The new wife chose soft blue. Nia wrote it down and said, "Locked." She asked next about the garden chairs. "Wooden chairs with cushions," the new wife said. "Locked," Nia replied. She asked about flowers. "Peonies," the new wife decided, smiling a little. "Locked," Nia said again. The meeting ended on time. That afternoon, a florist called to say peonies were low in stock. In the past, this would cause panic. This time, Nia said, "Please prepare peonies first. If not enough, add white ranunculus to match the soft blue setting." She wrote that note in the log and told Mr. Lang. He exhaled, long and grateful. He said, "You make things sound simple." Nia answered, "Simple does not mean easy. It means clear." He nodded and typed the update to the group chat. For once, there were no new questions. Evening came, and the penthouse lights glowed across the city. The new wife stood in the hallway, watching the sunset colors spread across the glass. She looked calmer than the morning. She said, "Today felt different." Nia said, "We agreed on a plan. Tomorrow we will do it again." The new wife touched her temple and smiled. "I like decision hour," she whispered, almost to herself. "It makes my mind quiet." Then she thanked Nia and went to change for dinner. The stylists followed, slower, more relaxed. Before she left, Nia checked the guest room light that flickered. She entered the note into the log. "Electrician coming at 9 a.m. Guest room light replaced. Tested." She set the laundry timers for the last load and wrote a small thank you card for Anna and Rosa to find in the morning. She placed her black notebook in her bag and walked to the elevator. As the doors closed, Ms. Avery stepped in and stood beside her. She looked at Nia with a gentle, knowing smile. "First day," Ms. Avery said. "You still here?" Nia smiled back. "I plan to be here tomorrow, too." Ms. Avery nodded, then looked straight ahead. "People say no one lasts." Nia's voice was quiet and firm. "Then let's build something that lasts," she said. "One clear step at a time." The elevator where the air F. The second morning began before sunrise. The city was quiet outside, but inside the penthouse the day was already moving. Nia arrived early again, took the night log from the side table and read the notes. A shoe repair delivery was due at 9 a.m. A garment bag needed a new tag. The dishwasher cycle had stopped mid-wash and was restarted at 2:10 a.m. She underlined the important lines and added small boxes next to each one. She liked to turn boxes into check marks. It made the day feel steady. She greeted Anna in the laundry and Rosa in the hallway. She said good morning to June, who was setting fresh towels in the guest bath. "Today we'll try 3 new tools," Nia said softly. "A daily checklist for rooms, new labels in the pantry, and a simple communication notebook for everyone." She lifted the small black notebook and placed it on a stand near the kitchen door. A pen sat beside it, tied with a thin ribbon so it wouldn't walk away. On the first page, she wrote in clear letters, "Notes, questions, updates. Please sign your name and time. Old habits do not step aside just because a new notebook appears." By 8 a.m., the kitchen team ran into their first clash with change. The chef reached for olive oil and grabbed canola instead because the bottles looked similar in their clear bins. He frowned. "Where did my olive oil go?" Nia stood beside him and opened a drawer. She showed him new labels she had made the night before. Bold, large font, simple words. Olive oil, canola oil, vinegar, stock. She placed the labels on the bins and stepped back. "Try now," she said. He looked, nodded once, and placed the bottle in the correct bin. "Better," he said. "Keep the font big. My eyes at 6 a.m. are not awake." At 9 a.m., a small storm rolled in. The florist delivered flowers for the table test. The new wife had chosen peonies the day before. The florist brought roses, smiling as if nothing had changed. In the past, this would turn into a blame circle. The florist blamed the assistant. The assistant blamed the stress. The new wife felt let down, and someone cried in the pantry. Nia did not join that circle. She pulled out the communication notebook, opened to the second page, and showed the entry she wrote yesterday at 12:38 p.m. Soft blue setting locked. Flowers. Peonies. If short on peonies, add white ranunculus. The florist looked at the note, then at his own order sheet, then at Naya. I see. I will fix this, he said. We will bring peonies by noon and keep roses for backup. Nia thanked him kindly and wrote the update in the notebook, adding the time and her initials. Then she sent Mr. Lang a short message. Flowers corrected. No action needed. By 10 a.m., Mr. Lang noticed something new in his inbox. He kept getting messages from Nia with a steady pattern. Problem, short context, choice or solution, and a clear time. They looked like this. Driver A is stuck in traffic. On 5th. Option A, switch to driver B for 10:30 pickup. Option B, delay pickup to 10:45. Please confirm by 10:15. He began to copy this style for his own messages. It made people answer faster because the choices were simple. He also liked saying, please confirm by time because it set a clear door that would close at that time. Doors help people move. The new wife came into the kitchen with her tablet, talking fast and pointing to photos of table linens. Maybe we should try a pattern, she said. Or perhaps glass chargers instead of wood? And what about taller centerpieces? Her voice rose a little as the ideas grew. In the past, staff would run in 3 directions to test all 3 ideas at once. Today, Nia tried a small guardrail. We can test one change before decision. She said, kind and firm. Would you like the patterned linens as a quick mock? The chargers and tall centerpieces can be decisions for 12:30. I will bring pictures. The new wife paused, looked at Nia, and nodded. Patterned linens now, she said. The rest at 12:30. It was not magic. It was a boundary shaped like a sentence. At 11:20, a driver called to say the usual route to the tailor was blocked. In the old days, this would cause 3 phone calls and 5 guesses. Nia pulled out a sheet she had quietly started. If-then cards. If the main route is blocked, then use side street A. If side street A is blocked, call security for A. Building passed through the service lane. She handed the card to the driver's group chat. The driver used side street A. It worked. The suit reached the tailor on time, and the world did not end. Small wins, stacked, changed the mood of a place. The stylists faced a different problem. The dressing room looked like the inside of a hurricane. Garment bags, tissue paper, shoes in pairs but not together. A scarf that escaped and hid under. A chair. The stylists were talented, but they worked fast, and fast often means messy. Nia did not blame. She installed 2 rolling racks with big signs, wear today and return to closet. She put a small basket labeled Jewelry 2, clean, and a tray labeled Needs Tailor. Then she walked the stylist through it in 2 minutes, not 15. If something is not for today, she said, please hang it under this sign. If you used it, please place it here to be cleaned. No guesswork later. She set a timer for 5 minutes and helped them put the room back in order. The stylists looked at her, surprised. We can keep this, one said. The other tapped the sign and grinned. I like signs. Signs don't shout. At 12:30, they met for decision hour. Nia brought 3 clear photos. Soft blue table with patterned linens, soft blue with glass chargers, and soft blue with wood chargers and low centerpieces. She spoke slowly and kept her words short. This one feels airy. This one feels polished. This one feels warm. The new wife picked the polished one and asked a simple question. Can we keep the low centerpieces? They feel friendly. Nia nodded and wrote, soft blue with glass chargers, low centerpieces, peonies plus ranunculus if needed, locked. She said the last word out loud so everyone heard it. The meeting ended in under 15 minutes. No one ran, no one argued. People just moved to the next step. Old habits keep trying to return. At 1:10 p.m., a message pinged from a friend of the new wife. Can I bring 2 extra guests tonight? In the past, the answer would be sure, and then the kitchen and table team would scramble. Nia had prepared a line for this, shared with Mr. Lang earlier. He sent it back. We would love to host them. To give them a great experience, could we confirm by 2 p.m.? After 2 p.m., we cannot expand seating without affecting service. The friend replied quickly, confirming now, yes, 2 guests at 7 p.m. The kitchen heard at 1:20 p.m., not 6 p.m. They smiled and added 2 settings without stress. At 2:45, a small mistake happened. The driver placed the garment bag for tomorrow on today's rack. A junior staff member noticed and moved it, but not before Mr. Lang saw the bag and said, "Why is this here? This is not today." His voice was sharper than he meant. The junior staff member went quiet, eyes down. Nia stepped in. "We caught it," she said gently. "We will add a red tag for tomorrow on each bag. That will prevent this in the future." She did not say who did it. She did not name and shame. She named the fix. Mr. Lang took a breath and tried again. "Thank you," he said to the junior staff member. "Good catch." The mood lifted a little. At 3:30, the new wife had a dip in energy. She stood near the window, tablet in hand, staring at the street below. "What if none of this matters?" she asked softly. "What if people still say I am not good at this?" Her fear did not look like a tear. It looked like questions. Nia stood beside her, a steady presence. "People outside will say many things," she said. "Inside, we say what is true and what we will do next. Today, we locked decisions. Today, we were on time. Today, the team worked without panic. That matters." The new wife nodded once and whispered, "Thank you." At 4 p.m., Nia started the beginnings of a house Bible. It was not fancy. It was a binder with plastic sleeves and clear tabs. Rooms, vendors, events, contacts, emergencies, standards. Under events, she placed the table photos and the final notes from decision hour. Under rooms, she added the Friday dusting rule and the first-of-month closet rotation. Under emergencies, she wrote security's quick numbers and who to call first for electricity, water, and internet. She showed the binder to Ms. Avery in the hallway. Ms. Avery lifted an eyebrow and smiled. "A map," she said. "Maps save time." Before dinner, a surprise visit popped up. The husband's colleague wanted to drop by for 15 minutes. He was a kind man, but always early. "He will be here in 20 minutes, Mr. Lang said, anxious again. Nia gave 2 choices. Option A, we bring him tea in the small library, quiet and private. Option B, we seat him in the living room but keep the lighting soft, so it is not a show. Mr. Lang chose the library. Nia texted the tea request to the kitchen and asked for a small plate of almonds and dates, simple, classy, not messy. The colleague arrived at 6:08 p.m. and left at 6:24 p.m., smiling. The visit felt gentle, not rushed. Dinner service began at 7 p.m. with the 2 extra guests seated at the far end where service was easiest. The table looked polished, the low centerpieces allowed everyone to see each other, and the conversation moved like a quiet river. The new wife laughed once, then twice, and her shoulders dropped. Nia stayed in the background, watching the rhythm of plates and glasses, the path of servers around chairs, and the timing of courses. When a fork clinked too loudly on a plate, she made a mental note: add felt pads under the side plates tomorrow. Small notes make big comfort later. After the meal, the kitchen cleaned at a steady pace, not a frantic rush. Anna and Rosa looked less tired there. The third morning felt different from the first 2. The city was still waking up when Nia reached the penthouse, but her mind was already moving. A charity committee would visit the country house that afternoon. They wanted to see rooms, walk through the garden, and approve the plan for a large event next week. This visit would set the tone. If it went well, the team would feel strong. If it went wrong, fear would return. Nia opened the night log, drew small boxes next to the tasks, and added a new page titled Visit Plan. She wrote 3 lines. At the top, arrive early, agree on Plan A and Plan B, keep the mood calm. She greeted Anna in the laundry, Rosa in the hallway, and June setting breakfast trays. Today we add one more tool, Nia said softly. The quiet 15. Before big moments, we pause for 15 minutes. No calls, no last-second changes, just a quick review and calm breathing. It helps the mind settle. Rosa looked curious. Do we all do it? Nia nodded. At least the core team with the new wife and anyone near the front of the house. She placed a small timer in the office and wrote, Quiet 15 at 12:45 in the communication notebook. She circled it twice. At 8:40 a.m., the chef asked about allergies for the tasting at the country house. In the past, this question would start a chain of texts. Today, Nia opened the house Bible and turned to a new page. Guest notes. Charity. Committee. She had called Mr. Lang the night before to gather details. No nuts for Mrs. Hale, no shellfish for Mr. Trent, vegetarian option for Ms. Kim. The chef wrote them down on a card and tucked it into his jacket pocket. Thank you, he said. I will make a simple soup, a light salad, and a safe main with 2 versions. At 9:15, a weather report flashed on a phone. Light rain possible at the country house after noon. The garden plan included seating under the open sky, soft blue linens, and low centerpieces. The new wife worried at once. Rain will ruin everything, she said, touching her forehead. Nia stayed steady. We will have Plan A and Plan B, she said. If the sky is clear, we tour the garden. If clouds gather, we move to the library with windows that face the trees. I will mark chairs and place settings now so the switch takes 10 minutes. She wrote the plan and sent it to the team. Then she added a short line. No one panic at the word rain. By 10 a.m., they loaded 2 cars, the chef's ingredients and tools, a small box with table samples, and the house Bible with fresh pages. Ms. Avery organized the route and checked security passes. A vendor arrived early with sample glass chargers and tried to skip the sign-in. He had done events there before and felt sure he could breeze through. Ms. Avery stood like a calm wall. Sign in, please, she said. Nia was polite but firm. We follow the same rules for everyone, she said. It keeps the house safe. The vendor sighed and signed. Small rules. Kept. Build trust. Right before they left, an online post began to spread. A short video showed the new wife turning away from a question in a hallway. The clip had no sound and no context, but the caption was sharp and unfair. A staff member showed it to another, and worry started to climb like smoke. Nia saw the faces change. She moved quickly without making a scene. Phones away until 4 p.m., she said, kind and clear. We are focused on real guests, not rumors. PR will handle the rest. She walked to the new wife, who stood frozen with the tablet in her hand. People online do not know the full story, Nia said. We will be judged no matter what. Today, let us be judged by how well we prepare and how kind we act. The new wife took a slow breath. Quiet 15 at 12:45, Nia reminded her. The new wife nodded. Quiet 15, she repeated, as if tasting the words. They reached the country house just before noon. The air smelled like wet grass. Clouds sat low over the hills like a soft gray blanket. The house itself was beautiful, wide porches, bright windows, and a long path lined with small white stones. The caretaker, Marta, opened the door with a warm smile. Welcome back, she said. We set the library for Plan B just in case. The groundskeeper, Eli, met them near the garden and pointed to the sky. We have 1 hour of dry, maybe 2, he said. Wind is light. Nia thanked them both and walked the path to feel the timing in her steps. She pictured guests stopping to look at the rose bushes, then moving to the lawn. Inside, the chef set up in the kitchen. He worked with quiet focus, his list tucked beside him. Nia placed the soft blue linens and low centerpieces in the garden to show the committee the look. She took photos on her phone to add to the house Bible later. She also laid out the indoor option in the library. Same linens, same flowers, just closer together and away from the windows by a foot. She placed felt pads under side plates so nothing scraped on wood. Same feeling, different room, she whispered to herself. People should feel the plan, not the swap. At 12:45, Nia gathered the new wife, Mr. Lang, and Marta for the quiet 15 in a small sitting room near the kitchen. She set the timer and spoke softly. 3 deep breaths, she said. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Shoulders down. They breathed. Then she gave a short review. Order of the visit, entry hall, quick hello in the living room, garden tour if dry, library backup if rain, tasting in the sunroom. Clear sentences. We have 2 lovely options depending on the weather. We locked our choices yesterday at decision hour. We want you to feel ease from the first step. The new wife's face softened. I can say those, she said. When the timer rang, they were ready. The committee arrived on time. 4 people in smart clothes, polite voices, and curious eyes. The new wife greeted them with steady warmth. She used the exact sentences they had practiced. Nia stood a few steps back and watched for small needs, where a coat would go, when a door should open, how to guide the flow so no one bunched up in a doorway. They walked to the garden. The sky held. The table samples looked calm and inviting. One guest said, I like the low centerpieces because I can see everyone. The new wife smiled. We thought the same, she said. Locked yesterday, Nia added softly in her mind. Halfway through the tour, a glass clinked too loudly and slipped from a small tray near the path. It did not shatter, but it rolled toward the grass and tapped a chair leg. This was the kind of small sound that can break a mood. Nia moved exactly as she had practiced with the team. She placed her hand on the tray to steady it, covered the fallen glass with a folded napkin, and guided the server to step away. All good, she said, quiet and light. She would replace it later. The conversation never stopped. The moment passed. A few minutes later, the sky changed. A soft patter began to fall on the leaves. The committee looked up. Before anyone could worry, the new wife spoke in a clear voice. We have a lovely library just through this door, she said. You will still see the trees. She smiled. We planned for both. They moved inside in under 10 minutes, just as Nia had promised. The room felt warm and friendly. The windows framed the green. The rain made a gentle sound like quiet applause on the glass. One guest said, I prefer this, actually. Another nodded. It feels close, in a good way. The tasting began. The chef presented the soup, the salad, and the main with 2 versions. He spoke simply. This option has no nuts. This one has no shellfish. He did not list every detail. He said only what mattered. People relaxed when they understood. Nia watched each face. When someone leaned forward, she made sure they had a napkin in hand. When someone set a glass down too near the edge, she nudged a coaster closer without drawing eyes. She knew a house succeeded in moments no one noticed. During a short break, the committee asked to see the route guests would take from arrival to seating. Nia guided them along the plan. She had placed small markers hidden in corners to help staff pacing. In the entry hall, she had tucked a little reset cart behind a screen. Spare napkins, lint roller, hand wipes, 2 safety pins, and a small sewing kit. Mr. Lang saw it and smiled without a word. He knew this cart would save them 3 trips on event night. A donor asked a question that could have turned into trouble. How stable is your team? She said to the new wife. We heard you've had some changes. The room paused for half a breath. The new wife let the breath finish. We improved our system, she answered simply. Now the team has clear steps. People do their best work when they know what to do. She glanced toward Naya and then back to the donor. You'll see the difference on event night. The donor nodded as if she had heard a good answer. It was a good answer because it was true. After the committee left, the rain stopped. The house exhaled. The chef packed up, Marta closed windows, and Eli checked the garden chairs for drops. Nia walked the rooms one more time and took quick photos of the indoor setup to add to the binder. The new wife found her in the library with the timer still, sitting on the side table. I felt steady, she said, even when the rain started. Nia smiled. We gave ourselves two good choices, she said. Either one was fine. The new wife looked at the window where drops still clung to the glass. I keep trying to control everything, she said softly. But control is hard. Nia's voice was gentle. Clarity is easier than control, she said. Clarity gives people room to help you. On the drive back to the city, Mr. Lang read updates from the online post. PR had posted a clear note with context, and the noise was already fading. In the group chat, people shared short wins. Tasting loved the soup, library plan praised, route markers useful, reset, Carta lifesaver. The morning of the big event started before the sun was high. The city felt slow and cool, but inside the penthouse the pace picked up like a moving train. Nia arrived early, took the night log, and read while walking. The florist had confirmed. The final delivery. The quartet was on time. The caterer had sent an updated menu card with nut-free and shellfish-free symbols. She checked each note with a pencil mark and slipped the quick view playbook into her pocket. The house Bible sat open on the small office shelf, with tabs sticking out like friendly flags. In the laundry, Anna steamed table napkins with quiet care. Rosa checked the emergency kit: lint roller, stain remover, sewing kit, small scissors, spare, buttons, and 2 zippers in common sizes. June lined up water glasses in rows that looked like calm soldiers. Nia praised small things out loud. Perfect spacing, thank you. Labels look great. You saved us time with that. People stood a bit taller each time she noticed. At 9 a.m., the new wife came into the kitchen in a soft robe. Her eyes were clear but bright with nerves. She carried her tablet and a short list of tiny worries. What if the rain returns? She asked. What if the quartet runs late? What if the place cards get mixed up? Nia answered in simple lines. We have Plan A and Plan B for weather. We confirmed the quartet with a 30-minute buffer. We have blank place cards ready with extra seating markers. We are ready. The new wife took a breath and nodded. Quiet 15 at 4:30, Nia reminded. Heard gently. The new wife repeated it. Quiet 15 at 4:30. Decision hour was moved earlier for event day. At 10 a.m., they gathered in the small office. The new wife, Mr. Lang, the chef, the florist's lead, and Ms. Avery from security. Nia set the timer for 15 minutes and spoke simply. We will confirm final choices and lock them. After this, only safety changes will override. They looked at the 3 photos again. Soft blue with glass chargers, low centerpieces with peonies and a touch of ranunculus, warm lighting plan for evening. The new wife chose the same plan they had rehearsed. Nia wrote one word on the whiteboard. Locked. Everyone nodded. Locking felt like closing a door gently, not slamming it. At 11:15, the first small crack appeared. A vendor texted that his truck would arrive around noon and wanted the front driveway clear. Around noon had never worked well here. Nia wrote back, we can accept delivery between 12 new 12:15 at the service lane only. Please confirm by 11:30. He confirmed at 11:28. She wrote the note in the log and told security. Ms. Avery added a guard at the service lane and placed cones on the main drive. It looked firm and neat, like a quiet boundary. The country house team sent photos. The library was polished, the garden chairs wiped dry, the path swept. Marta had placed the reset cart behind a screen. Eli had tied back one branch that leaned too low onto the path. It all looked ready. The new wife smiled and texted a heart. Then she went to her fitting. At 12:22, stress jumped. A different delivery truck, one that had not confirmed, pulled into the main driveway and stopped. The driver stepped out, glanced around, and began to open the back. Cars behind him honked. The sound cut through the clear morning like a fork. Dragged across a plate, Ms. Avery was already moving. "Blockage Main Drive," she said into her radio. "Switch to service lane Route B." Nia picked up the second radio and spoke in the calm voice she used for tight moments. "All arrivals use side street A footman at corner to wave cars down. Security open service gate now." Then she walked out to the driveway with a polite smile that meant business. "Hello," she said to the driver. "Thank you for coming. For safety and speed, we accept deliveries at the service lane. Please follow our team there now. We will help unload." The driver looked unsure for 2 seconds, then nodded. Ms. Avery guided him away. The noise faded. The main drive cleared. Guests later would only remember the sound of the quartet, not the honk of a stuck truck. Inside, the fitting had begun. The dress was beautiful. Soft fabric, precise seams, a small row of covered buttons down the back. The new wife stood on a small platform while a tailor checked the hem. Then the sound came, tiny, sharp, and final. A zipper tooth bent, the zipper stuck. It would not go up, it would not go down. The room held its breath. The stylist's face went pale. The tailor looked for a fix and shook her head. "I need time," she said. "It might take an hour." The new wife's eyes filled with fear. "We don't have an hour," she whispered. "We don't have an hour." Nia stepped in with steady hands and clear words. "You have 2 good choices," she said gently. "Option A, we switch to the backup dress we prepared. No one will notice. We will put your favorite earrings with it. You will look perfect. And we begin on time. Option B, we stay with this dress and fix the zipper now. The quartet will play longer. We will start 10 minutes late. I can cover the door with welcome drinks so no one notices the time." The new wife looked at her, searching her face. Nia kept her voice warm and even. "Both choices are fine," she said. "You will be beautiful in both." The new wife closed her eyes for a second. "Option A," she said. "Backup dress, on time." The air in the room moved again. Hands began to work with purpose. The stylist brought the backup dress from the Wear Today rack. June steamed the hem quickly. The tailor took the first dress to work on the zipper quietly in another room. Nia asked the quartet to be ready to start 5 minutes early, just in case. She told the kitchen to hold welcome drinks by the door. They would look like a plan, not a cover. At 3 p.m., the blocked driveway was forgotten. The dress problem was contained. Nia walked through the rooms with her quick-view playbook in hand. She checked lighting angles, warm and low in the library, candles placed but not yet lit, sconces dimmed. She checked seating markers with June and Rosa, making sure place cards matched the final list, plus 2 blanks ready near the door. She checked the route for staff. Invisible to guests, but easy and open, with no tight corners. She replaced one slick mat with a fabric one so the servers would not slip. At 3:45, a fresh rumor popped up online. Another clip, another caption. That tried to tell a messy story in one sentence. Staff screens lit up for a moment. Nia did not scold. She walked to the small office and lifted a basket with a clean card on it. "Phones rest here until 9 p.m. PR is working. We are present." She placed the basket on the counter, where everyone could see it, and set out a notepad and pen. "Urgent family calls. Right name. We will call you over." People stepped forward one by one. set their phones in the basket, and stood a little straighter. The room felt less noisy even though no one had spoken. At 4:30, the Quiet 15 began. The new wife, Mr. Lang, the chef, and Nia sat in the small study near the dressing room. The timer's soft glow felt like a small lantern in a tent. 3 deep breaths, Nia said, in and out. They breathed. The new wife's shoulders lowered a touch. Nia reviewed the order of the evening in 6 simple lines. Arrival with soft music. Welcome drinks. Move to garden if dry, library if damp. Today, library. Short greeting, then seating. Courses. Flow with no rush. She looked at the new wife. Your role, she said gently, is to be present. You greet, you listen, you laugh, and you enjoy. The team carries the weight. The new wife nodded, and this time her smile reached her eyes. I can do that, she said. At 5 p.m., cars rolled up. The main drive moved smoothly. The quartet began early, notes floating through the open doorway like a soft veil. The welcome drinks looked crisp and bright in the late light. The new wife stood at the entrance in her backup dress, which now looked like the only dress anyone would ever choose. She greeted each guest with the same steady warmth she had practiced. We're so happy you're here, she said. We planned a beautiful evening. Nia watched the flow the way a pilot watches the sky. She guided one server to pause so a guest in heels could pass safely. She nudged a chair by an inch so the path stayed open. She handed a clean napkin to a man who laughed mid-sip and needed a quick save. She noticed a light flicker in the hallway and sent a quiet radio note. Swap bulb B3. Use warm. The bulb was changed before the next guest walked by that spot. At 5:35, a light rain touched the windows. It made the library glow. The low centerpieces let people see one another's faces. The chef's menu cards made guests feel cared for. I can eat this, a donor said with relief, pointing to the small symbol for nut-free. The new wife gave a short, kind welcome. She did not try to impress. She tried to connect. People felt it. At 6:10, a small cable behind a side table wiggled loose and made a lamp flicker again. An old habit would have been to whisper blame. A new habit had replaced it. June touched Nia's arm, pointed, and lifted the felt pads for the side plates while Nia leaned down to secure the cable. No one noticed. The table did not rattle, the lamp held steady, and the sound of the quartet filled the tiny gap in time. Near the door, a guest asked about the garden plan in the rain. The new wife answered gently, We planned for both. Tonight the rain gave us this cozy room. The guest smiled. It feels special. At 6:40, 2 unplanned guests arrived with a confirmed friend. In the past, this would have caused panic. Nia glanced at Mr. Lang. He held up 2 blank place cards. Rosa slid 2 chairs from the wall and placed them where service paths stayed. Clear. June filled 2 water glasses and set them down before anyone could feel like an extra. The guests sat and felt expected, not squeezed in. Nia wrote a small note to the kitchen. Morning light fell softly across the penthouse the day after the event. The house felt calm, like a deep breath held and gently released. Nia arrived early, as always, and opened the house Bible to the pages she had titled the night before. She reread the lines under what worked and even better, then added 2 small notes. Welcome drinks at door set the tone, and backup dress ready save time. She closed the binder with care, as if closing the cover on a good chapter. Anna came in with a basket of linens that smelled clean and warm. Rosa carried a small box of name cards they did not use. June checked the pantry and smiled at the bold labels that still made everything easy to find. Mr. Lang slipped his phone into his pocket and looked around as if he could not believe the quiet. Feels peaceful, he said, a bit surprised. By his own words. Nia nodded. Peace is a project, she said. We work on it. By mid-morning, the team gathered for a short debrief at the small kitchen table. It was not fancy. It was fruit, tea, and a plate of warm rolls. Nia went around the circle and said one true sentence to each person. Anna, your careful steaming made the table look polished. Rosa, your quick setup for the 2 extra guests made them feel expected. June, your eye on the lamp cable saved a flicker from becoming a problem. She did not hand out big speeches. She gave simple thanks tied to real actions. People listened and sat up a little taller. The new wife stepped in halfway through and stood by the door, watching the team with an open face. I want to say thank you too, she said softly. Last night I felt steady. That was new for me. She looked at Anna, then Rosa, then June, and at Mr. Lang, and finally at Nia. I am learning, she said, her voice honest. I used to try to control every little thing. It made me sharp. Now I am trying to be clear instead. I see the difference. She took a breath. Thank you for staying. It was a small sentence with a big center. People felt seen. The work did not stop just because the night went well. Sheets still needed to be changed, menus filed, and the reset cart restocked. Nia walked the rooms with a pencil and her quick view playbook, checking the edges where disorder likes to hide. She wrote a few tiny fixes in the margin. 2 new cable clips. Reorder felt pads. Print extra blank place cards. Small work keeps big work possible. In the afternoon, the billionaire came home early. He was not a man of many words at the house. He saved his voice for meetings. But even he paused in the doorway and looked around with a slow nod. Fewer late calls, he said to Mr. Lang. Fewer returns. He turned to Nia. Calm saves money, he said. It sounded simple, but for him it was a compliment. He asked if she had what she needed to keep the system strong. Nia said yes, a second binder for the country house, 2 more timers for Quiet 15, and a few extra uniforms so no one had to rush laundry on event days. He approved it all and then surprised her. And a raise, he added. You've built something solid here. His words traveled through the house like a warm current. The next week, Nia created a small 1-page guide called How We Work. Here. She wrote it in clear language. We speak with respect even when we feel stress. We correct the process, not the person. We use decision hour to lock the plan. We use Quiet 15 before big moments. We write updates with the time and our initials. We offer choices when possible, option A or B. We keep phones away during events. Urgent family calls will find you. We leave every space better than we found it. She printed the guide on thick paper and placed it in the small office, the kitchen, and the laundry. No one rolled their eyes. People liked knowing the rules of a place that tried to be kind. A new housekeeper, Tomas, joined the team. He had left a different home because every day felt like a fire. On his first morning, he moved too fast in the dressing room and almost mixed "wear today" with "return to closet." June tapped the wide sign gently with one finger. This saves us, she said. Signs don't shout. Thomas grinned and moved the hanger carefully. By lunch, he was using locked and please confirm by in his own words. By evening, he wrote a neat note in the communication notebook with his name and time. Systems are easy to copy when they are simple and fair. Word traveled. A former staff member, Lila, came by to return a sweater she found in a box. She had left months earlier after a hard week when plans changed hourly and tears felt close. She looked around the hallway now and then looked at Nia. It feels different, Lila said. It is different, Nia answered. If you ever want to try again, we have clearer steps now. Lila nodded slowly. Maybe I will. 2 weeks later, she did. She slid back into the schedule with training that respected what she already knew. Cross-training meant no one person carried all the weight. The team could cover for each other without panic. The new wife started to copy Nia's gentle habits in her personal life, too. She added a little quiet 10 before morning calls, a brief sit by the window, 3 slow breaths, a short review of her main message. She stopped sending late-night texts about tiny changes. If an idea came to her after 8 p.m., she wrote it on a card and looked at it in the morning. She used the word locked in her own meetings and saw how it made people relax. She apologized when she felt she had used sharp words. "I am learning to be clear," she would say. People believed her because they could feel the change. A small test came 2 Fridays later. A designer suggested a new table idea the morning of a small dinner, changing the charger and napkin fold for a fresh look. Old habits wanted to run with the new idea. Nia stayed steady. "It's lovely," she said, "and we can test it tomorrow. For tonight, the plan is locked." The designer opened her mouth to argue, then closed it. "Tomorrow, then," she said. The dinner that night went smoothly. The next day, they tested the new idea and saved photos in the binder. No one lost time. No one lost face. At the country house, Marta and Eli began using their own versions of the tools. Marta printed a week-at-a-glance page with short bullets, deliveries, special guests, repairs, garden notes. Eli made simple if-then cards for rain, wind, and vendor routes, and he taped them in a small drawer near the back door. "If wind above 15 mph, tie back porch cloth. If heavy rain, move electric cords off ground." He showed the cards to Nia with a shy smile. "These save me steps," he said. "And steps matter." The charity board sent a thank you note, and a photo taken from inside the library where the windows framed the green like a painting. The note said, "The evening felt easy. Your care showed in the small things." The new wife read it twice and kept it on her desk for a week. She started to dream about a small community gathering at the country house. No cameras, no headlines, just a quiet book drive for a nearby school. Nia helped her plan it using the same gentle map: clear steps, calm choices, kind words. The day of the book drive, the path felt familiar. Guests came, left their books, drank lemonade, and sat under a tree. A teacher spoke for 2 minutes and made everyone smile. It did not make news. It made sense. 90 days passed. Staff turnover had stopped. The schedule felt fair. Late-night messages dropped to almost none. Deliveries arrived at the service lane on time. The pantry stayed labeled and easy to use. The dressing room had more air than paper. The Quick View playbook hung by a clip where anyone could grab it. 2 binders, one for the city, one for the country, held the same tabs. When new tasks appeared, they found a home under the right tab. When old tasks changed, the binder changed with them. It was not a museum. It was a living book. The Billionaire noticed patterns even numbers could show. Supply costs went down because fewer items were lost or rushed. Repair costs went down because small fixes happened before tiny problems turned big. Event overtime went down because start times stayed honest. He called Nia into the study one afternoon. "You turned confusion into a plan," he said. "That's rare." He offered her a formal title, house manager. He added 2 lines that meant a lot to Nia: a training budget for the team and 1 extra floating day off per month for each staff member to use when they needed breath. "Calm has a cost," he said. "We should pay it." Nia accepted with a quiet, "Thank you." She used the training budget to bring in a gentle coach for 1 afternoon to teach soft-skill language. How to say no with respect, how to ask for clarity without shame, how to give feedback that fixes the work, not the person. People laughed a little during the session and left with phrases they could use. "So that I do this right. May I confirm?" I can give you 2 options by noon. Which do you prefer? For safety, we do it this way here. The coach left. The phrases stayed. On a calm Tuesday, the new wife stood in the kitchen, doorway watching Nia restock the reset cart. I used to think impossible meant no one was good enough, she said, her voice open and clear. Now I think impossible meant the system was not kind enough. Nia looked up, a cloth in her hand. Kind systems make room for people to do their best, she said, even on hard days. A final small scene showed the change more than any speech. A courier arrived with a wrong package. He seemed rushed and worried. I'm sorry, he said. I think I mixed up 2 labels. In the old days, someone might have snapped. Today, Nia checked the communication notebook, wrote the time, and called the other address to make a simple swap. She offered the courier a glass of water for the road. He left with his shoulders less tight. The problem took 5.